Battle Station. One battle station. We have 16 allies. We're going up against 52 enemies. Oh, this could be interesting. Jason Salazar Granat is in first place. JR is in second. Arc10 is in third. Yeah, let's see what happens. Because we are... anyway, JR's in first place. Kevin is in second. Jason is in third. I suspect we will not make it. Because we are down to one unit. Nope, we're done. Oh well. Let's try this again. Oh yeah, we definitely continue. So a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. I need assist from healing. Let's see if this is gonna help. Fairies. Oh, forgot to give my whatever I put down my. Alrighty, it is past 8 a.m. Time for me to visit the shop where monks get purchased. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. I'm above 25. I got another refresh and scrolls. Alrighty, that is that. So, half an hour to see how this turns out. And now on the viewer's side, where archers get purchased. I'm above, well, wait, let's see if there's anything I want. No, I'm above 50k. I get a refresh. I am above 55. I am above 60. And that is that. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Thursday, 4th day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, post hump day. So I hope you have good walking shoes, because now is the time to walk down that hump and carefully, gently approach the weekend. I hope you have treats for it. You don't want it to run away. Yeah, nothing to say about mine. Things are going well. Uneventful as usual. Yeah. So this morning, it is chapter 82 of The World Which Is. And, well, we're still in the dungeon. And yeah, I want them to deal with a physical trap. It's not going to be something complex. It's not even going to be something original. But it is something that's going to challenge them. Bye. Or at least now it will. I need to remember that they have a really powerful sorceress. And that I need to figure out. Like, she has She has combat spells. She's not a combat sorceress right off the bat. Like, she's adapting a lot, and some magic lends itself easy. Like, she's more of an elementalist than an active combat sorceress. Just a few things. That is not what I want. Come on. You're gonna force me to do that, aren't you? How about you tell me? Really am not a fan of that. It's this guy. Yep, I missed that guy. Sorry, I'm getting stuff ready for. Uh, 14. Oh, so that's Troy. I mean, no, surprising. Google already has their bleeping AI. But now they're trying to incorporate that into Google Docs to deal with Gemini. Oh, bye. All right. Let's get stuff ready for the actual writing. Hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You're mad at Twitch's new design? Well, I'm not mad, but I'm not a fan either. Gonna get used to it though. I'm very adaptable after I get over the anger. Yesterday you were thinking you had an internet problem as you couldn't see the game you were playing at the same time and looked up. Yeah, I had that this morning. Because I I don't usually look at that stuff, but this morning I had to check one of the streamer the captains I follow just to confirm what game they were playing, and it took me a while to find it and figure out why I couldn't find it. But yeah, it's par for how they do things. They like to improve our experience. And of course, such improvement is set by people who probably never bother using the thing they are, quote unquote, improving. Someone suggests use something and they write a better paragraph. Is using it bad? Um, if you mean copy pasting it directly in there, I mean, they've given it to you, so on that level, they can't complain. Um, it's not bad. I mean, my advice, okay, here's my advice to that. One, if you're going to use it, write it in. Don't copy paste. Read what they said and type it in, because the problem with copy pasting is you don't really learn. You're just taking what's there, putting it there, and it's done. in the process of actively writing what is there, what you're there, it's not guaranteed that you're going to understand it, but the act of writing it means that it gets into you a little better. You always rewrite. Okay, cool. Yeah. But yeah, no, using what they've given you is not bad. I mean, that's basically what an editor does. They rework stuff and you use it. You know, the general advice that I would give is don't simply blindly use it. Judge what they're giving you. Make sure that it is actively okay, that it is actively an improvement of the work, which you have, which it's by what I read, it sounds like you've done that. Because it's not because a professional tells you to make changes that they're right. You always rewrite stuff. You learn that it's a great way to learn writing. Yeah. Yep. Doing another print. Alrighty. Enjoy your lurk. What unloaded? Hey, Captain! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Your clock has been updated. Probably because I didn't have. Oh, wait. Tell me you are the captain. You are. Hey, Flower Heart, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Alrighty, we're gonna have an advertising stream raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 47 enemies, and we are off. Let's see. Mrs. Hyde is in first place. Sigma takes that over. Gator Paws is in first place. Neon Hollow is in second. Lilith jumps to first. Neon is in second. Sigma's in third. Let's see. Lilith, ABK, Shulsamom, and a few others have killed epics. And it looks like we are about to do this. We are done. We have won. And yes, I got all my assists from healings. Lilith's Labyrinth is in first place, 5 kill, 17 assist. Gator Paws is in second place, 12 kill, 3 assist, and Sigma OS is in third with 11 assist. We've got gold, and the captain's in the battle. So, they get the gold. Lancers are not claimed by anyone. So, our 10 Telemetros gets lanced. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And I need to clear a quest to make sure nothing follows it. And something does follow it. Barbarians. 2, so 3, 4, 7, 8. That's 4 hours. That's an hour and a half after that. I need to kill range in the process. Oh, this is going to be an interesting morning. This is from buffing. Alright, do we have range in here? Start with that. Yes, we do. So, I'm gonna take a chance. And go for that. Alrighty, half an hour. Let's see how this turns out. You are reading Wuthering Heights and live blogging it. Very cool. How are you enjoying the book? Book is older than you? Well, treat it with care in that case. Treat it with the care you wish to be treated with once you're that old. Whoa, what the? Hey, Nerdarine! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I am doing well, thank you very much. Getting my writing done. Ever so slowly. Indeed it has. I hope things have gone well for you. Incremental progress is good progress. Yes. Any progress is good progress. Finished your outline and it's 55K word? You realize that that's novel length, right? Like, is that one book or a series? That's one book, and the outline is 55K words. Cool, that's gonna make for a decent book by the time you're done writing it. It may have gotten a little out of hand. It's a book. No such thing as a little out of hand. Only when it goes off the rail do you have to start paying attention. Yep, so she was expecting 30 chapter, close to 90K, escalated, and now you have to write 52 chapters, 150K words in 1 month. Okay. Um, I, oh, 10 months. Okay. All right. That's, that is a little more reasonable. Um, Not that 150K words in a month is impossible for someone who has the training. I don't know where you stand at that, but like I do about between 70 and 80K in a month. So you'd perish, you and if, me too. Like that's basically double what I could do. Like I've hit 100K in a month. Like I've done it, but not consistently. And inspiration was involved. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 50 allies. We're going up against 60 enemies, and we are off. Sigma's in first place. Shosamon is in second. Neon is in second. Shosamon is in third. Do I have any kill? I got one kill. Yeah, I need 3 ranged kills. Short of them being within range, it's going to be tough to get them, I think. Let's see. Sigma's in first. Gator Paws is in second. Neon Hollow is in third. And we are about to be done, I think. Arc 10 got most of the epics, if not all. And we're done. I got one. I will take that. Sigma OS is in first place. 21 kill. Gator Paws is in... Sorry, 21 assist. Gator Paws is in second place. 16 kill, 4 assist. Neon Hollow is in third. 15 kill, 5 assist. We've got gold and a captain to get it. We've got paladins that no one is currently claiming. So, Shalsamom gets gold. Catacrack gets a pal. And I get screws. And we move on to another very hard battle before the gold chest. So we've got range here. What else do we have? Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Range. This is what I should have put it in here. I keep going blind to the possibilities, and I forgot to give it a soul. Ah! Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. I get blind to possibilities when I get a thought. It's one of the reasons I never shop. I should never shop alone. Because it's very hard for me to not act on it immediately and then realize there was a better deal elsewhere or that I didn't actually need that item. Oh, no worries. You have no requirement to be active in the chat. It is there for your enjoyment, not your work. Like that famous quote from It, from the It book, we all lurk down here. I think that's more my Discord than my chat, but yeah. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 41 enemies, and I have a couple of kills. More than a couple. I might have my kills. Sigma's in first place. Mrs. Hyde is in second. Neon Hollow is in third. Let's see. JR is in second. Neon is in second. JR is in third. Kevin, Neon have killed epics that I've noticed, and we're done. We have one, and yes, the kills are done for that. I don't know if it's a chain. Sigma's in first place with 21 assists. Neon Hollow's in second place, 8 kill, 8 assist. JR 926 is in third, 9 kill, 3 assist. We've got monks, flying rogues, and Lego heads. Nobody claims any of those. So, Neon Hollow gets Legos. Arken Telemetros gets wings. Jason Sans Argonauts gets monked. That's what happens when you travel alone, Jason. And we move on to a gold loyalty chest on the way to the skin one. And I need to go check the quests. Yep, also look at the... Okay, that is not a chain. Good. So, I'm going to do the busters and deal with the barbarians after the fact. Hopefully, yeah, I should have. Alright, so busters. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. I'll be right back. Do you have rope, Dennis? Did you learn? No, you do not have rope. Atoll Station. One battle station. We have 64 allies. We're going up against 36 enemies. Octen Monobear kills most of the epics, it seems. Marcus kills another one. Sorrow's in first place. Neon is in second. Arcten jumps to second place. Neon's now in first. Sorrow's in second. Arcten is in third. Let's see. Neon is in first. Sorrow's in second. Arcten is in third. And we are about to be done. Sorrow, Mrs. Hyde have killed epics. And yep, we're done. We've won. Neon Hollow is in first place. 1 kill, 20 assist. Sorrow is in second place. 3 kill, 13 assist. Arcten Telemetros is in third, tied with Sigma OS, 13 assist each. We have, not unsurprisingly, gold. And the captain's there for their share. The rest goes to Infamous Wob. And we move on to an insane battle before the skin chest. And, yeah, more busters. Wait, did I clear that quest? Yes, yes I did. You know what? We're gonna go. I will see this. We'll see the center spot. And I gave you the soul. Good. Good, good, good. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, the lady writes. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How was your stream? How is your day coming along? Hello, Angel. Hello, Shalin Panda. Welcome to the stream, one and all. I hope you are all doing well. What is everyone up to? You're doing some daily tasks and a bunch of games that you play. Probably lurk in a bit to play some story events. Very cool. I hope I hope you have fun with that. How am I? How it goes? Everything's going well. Um, this is, the world which is. So I'm sort of figuring things out as I go. Managed to put them in a bind that I think works, that I think challenges them. Dennis almost lost his bow. Uh, I don't know if I'm standing at my desk, but whether you're not, you reminded you that you should probably do the same to help your spine. You are welcome. And yes, I am standing. This is a walking slash standing desk that I have. I'm standing on a treadmill. Uh, I do 50 minutes of walking. I've built up to that over the years, but I do 50 minutes of walking at the start of each of my writing blocks. Or I should say work blocks. With a few exceptions, like this afternoon, I'm going to be doing a read and comment. And if I'm going to do a lot of talking, as in reading out loud, I don't walk in the process. I have a desk that can change height, and it's been very helpful for your back. Very cool. Very cool. Are you good? The baby girl is sleeping. Ah, nice. Enjoy the peace and quiet for as long as it'll work. For as long as it'll last. Enjoy the lurk. The lady writes, actually, I will be right back. she'll be 1 month in 2 days. Cool. I'm gonna lurk. Get your game stuff done. Thank you very much. I hope your gaming is productive as well. With the chapter done, you finally have the opportunity to spend your claws on something. That's true. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Shalan Panda. I said cool, and yes, now you do have an opportunity to spend them. It's way longer than I thought it was. I was actually not expecting this to be nearly 2,000 words. Oh, wait, did I not? Really? I've been forgetting? Huh. Interesting. So, let's bring these up for yesterday. Hey, but it plays. Welcome to the stream. Alrighty. Enjoy your day. Thank you for dropping by. Alrighty. Toy. Cancel that. Pie. You know what? Let's go on 7 days. Alrighty, the next open slot is January 16th. Oh, I'm I'm booked. I am definitely okay. I actually had to tell Angst that she could no longer book me 2 months for 2 months because enough people are now wanting to be part of this that it's being unfair to everybody else. So, like I apply to everyone else, two people can only book two at a time. Alrighty. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 47 allies. We're going up against 75 enemies. And we are off. Just two. Sigma's in first place. Quinn takes over that. The captain takes over first. Quinn is in second. Arcten is in third. Let's see. Mrs. Hyde, Marlin have killed Epic. JR, Hinky also kills Epic. Do we have any epics up? Nope, we're done. We've won. Captain Stogie is in first place, 6 kill, 11 assist. Quinn is in second place with 15 assist. Marcus Da is in third, 1 kill, 11 assist. We have gold. The captain takes his share, and the rest goes to Severed Marlin and Macmac Bulldozer. Okay. And we move on to the skin chest before the boss. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Captain, welcome back. Um, Going to the gym, not going to load because you're going to turn your computer off. All right. Thank you for dropping back. Thank you for dropping by, Akla. Have yourself a good rest of the day. It's telling me. Oh, I did. Okay, good. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 113 enemies. Ooh, this could be amusing. Arc10's in first place. Zep is in second, is in third as JR takes over first. Neon is in second. Arc10 is in third. Neon has killed an epic. Let's see. JR's in first. The captain's in second. Neon is in third. Well, the enemies have dropped significantly. Well, not quite as much. JR, Gator Paws, Neon. Neon and the Captain Stogie have killed more epics. And let's see, Neon kills yet more epics. Gator Paws gets one in. Looks like we've got somebody stuck. Come on, buddy. Get your pathing to work. We don't want to have to walk all the way to you to kill you. Gator Paws is in first place. Neon Hollow's in second. JR is in third. Looks like we are going to have to walk all the way there because the guy doesn't know what to do. Alright, let's go put you out of your misery. There we go, and we're done. We've won. Cookie Monkey killed the last epic. Gator Paws is in first place, 25 kill, 9 assist. Neon Hollow is in second place, 30 kills. JR926 is in third, 13 kill, 12 assist. We have gold and a captain to take it for themselves. We've got Centurions and no one claiming that, so JR926 gets shielded. And I'm gonna grab this and this. And now we move on to the boss battle. And let's have them do some of the work. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Oh, right. I need to run this through here. Otherwise, I'm going to lose all the formatting. Ah, well. Really? Why? Why are you doing that? Like, what's the... Why does summertime you have the tabs and sometime you don't? That makes... there is something about Google Docs that has a very, very odd behavior system. Because in Google Docs, all the tabs are there. Do I have the ruler? Show print layout, tools. Yeah, I don't see the ruler. I think. All right, well, I mean, at least this is transferred. And welcome to the stream. The lady writes, I need to go take lunch. So I'll do my best to return in about 20 minutes, in time to run the battle. Actually, I need to do one thing real quick. If I cannot be back on time, I'll see you when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 50 enemies, and we are off with Demkin in first place. Welcome. I don't believe I've seen you before. Miafa is in second. Sigma's in third. Neon is in third. Captain is in third. In first. In second. In third. In second. First again. Miafa is in second. Cookie is in third. Miafa takes over first. The captain's in third as Cookie takes over seventh. Over second. Yeah. Captain jumps back to first. Cookie is in second. In third. In second. In first. Captain is in second. Miafa is in second. Captain's in third. So we've got Cookie in first, Miafa in second, Neon is in third, Cookie's in second, because Miafa takes over first again. Neon's in second. What do we have? Oh, we've got a boss. So Miafa's in first, Cookie's in second, Neon Hollow's in third. And, wow. Okay. We're not... All right. It's us against the boss, and we can blow up its attack, so we might actually be okay. Alrighty, I think we got this. I think we got this. Yep, we do. Painful, but we do. There we go. We've won! Cookie Monkey is in first place, 17 kills, 6 assists. Miafa is in second place, 6 kill, 15 assists. And Neon Hollow is in third, 1 kill, 17 assists. We have Lego heads, we've got flying rogues, we've got nobody claiming those. So, JR926 gets wings. Cookie Monkey gets Legos. And we move on to the next map where we will have Skin, Token, and the boss. So we start, nothing here, so yeah. We start with a hard battle on the way to the skin chest. Oh, this might cost me. Will it have the timer? Nope, no timer. Okay, good. Alrighty, we'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 41 enemies, and Sigma starts us in the lead. JR's in second. Arc10 is in third. JR jumps to first. Sigma takes it back. Zep is in third. JR and Kiev killed Epics, and I believe we're done. JR 926 is in first place, 8 kill, 11 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 18 assist, and Zep is in third, 8 kill, 2 assist. We've got gold and a captain taking his share. We've got lancers, warriors. Do we have death in the battle? Nope. Plenty of dead, but no death. So, Sigma OS gets Lance. Cookie Monkey goes to war. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the skin chest. Alrighty. And let's go over here. And a half an hour to see how this turns out. Death in a battle seems counterproductive. Well, I guess death has been sending his representative then. So you're back, Captain. You had to go clean up before the kids get home. Oh, I see. You're looking to give a good impression of an adult. That works. And welcome to the stream, Angst. Alrighty, this afternoon it is a read and comment. More of Leo and Honore. Are we ready, Angst? Actually, should top this off. We are cool. Let me hydrate a little bit. Hey, Aldous! Welcome to the stream. Alright, that takes care of that. There's a tiger whose tail you could pull. Only if you like to live dangerously. Pulling on a tiger's tail is not the game that the lullabies. Is that a lullaby? Meh. You are a Maori. You the only way to live dangerously. All right. Then grab the right tail and pull as you will. Alrighty. So, as I was saying, today it is a read and comment. It is more of Leo and Honore's story. Leo dismounted from the Laforium carriage and stepped away before the press of people waiting to board could crush him against the vehicle's stepped away before the press of people waiting to board could crush him against the vehicle's side. Okay, that was the problem with arriving near the end of a clock hour at Forum Universitatis, while many afternoon classes ran from septem hora to undecimum hora. Professors who also had morning classes or wished to accommodate students who might run from angst. Something's not quite working here. it feels like this got changed, that you started with did and you went with might ultimately. Um, who did might run? Okay, I defer to your knowledge of grammar than to. Okay, it feels odd to me. From Octavius Ora. Um, well, okay. First order class, and one after did. Class, did. Okay. Professors who also had morning class or wish to accommodate. Oh, I see. Wish to accommodate students who did might run from. Okay. Those two commas make all the difference. From Octavius Ora to Duodecimus. When added the inevitably of some instructors overrunning their allotted time and students who wish to ask question or chat with one another before returning to their lodging, Forum Universitatis was almost as packed from undecimus dia ora until una noctis ora, as it was around noon. That was great for the Popene and House, but it could be overwhelming to enter that throng. Maybe he should have picked Honore up at the bakery, or near it at least, if Barrel were likely to be a problem. There would be plenty of people to ask directions if Honore were lost upon arrival, but his gentle shyness might make it hard to ask. Yeah, Google again took away all the, not all, but many of the tabs. I don't know why. Like I see nothing. Yeah. It was too late now. Leo could stand around looking for Honore in the marketplace, but only at the cost of not being at Olivetum. They agreed to meet there at sunset, not in this morass of people, and for exactly this reason. The sky was cloudy enough that he couldn't precisely pinpoint the disk of the sun, but the color sufficing the cloud to the west and the turret clock with air almost upright on its rotating face both suggested time was short. Even a block north of the Forum proper, streets were far less crowded. The inexpensive establishment one might visit on a whim did brisk business, but Olivetum was flanked by modest stationeer and an academic press currently closed. Leo didn't see Honore on the streets, so he entered Olivetum and waited his turn at the Aspes Lectum. Leo! Zatuni's dark eyes sparkled in welcome, though her hair was tucked away. Under a matronly veil embroidered with olive olive leaves along the edge. Though, what is the relation between the sparkling eyes and the hair? Because though usually links things together. And it can come as, although something is like that, it's instead something else. Um, so it feels like it's too unattached description here. So I'm not sure. Well, exactly, but I don't see the controversial, the contradiction. I don't see that here because her eyes sparkle in welcome. Uh, well, okay, no, well, okay, okay. We are dealing with a time delay, but Angst's explanation gives me a sense of what she's going for. I'm not sure that this accomplishes that. Um, Sparkle and welcome. I okay, should not quite so enthusiastic about getting a man, not her husband. I This may and very well be a lack of knowledge about the context. Because to me, the fact that the veil is matronly does not dictate that the woman herself is such. Um, Something like Zaturn's dark eyes sparkled with a youth. Uh, I mean, because again, like I said, like right now, all we're I lack the knowledge of both the world and the time frame. So, would your casual, would your expected reader of such story understand that I, the fact that the veil is matronly identifies the age slash status of the person? Like, would because if that is an understanding that your reader, your expected reader will have, then that may be enough. Well, what I'm trying here is that the way Angst explains it is that she's old enough that she should not be quite this enthusiastic. And to be fair, I'm not sure how to go about it. Like I'm not, and because probably because I've never really had to write this kind of juxtaposition. Well, at this point, it depends a lot on Angst. Um, I'm very much trying to stay with what she's saying, not what could be. This when I do a read and comment on somebody's story, I work very hard to stay with what their intent is, not what I would do in such a situation. Um, Actually, she's young enough that the veil is cautious. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. In that case, okay, with something like that, I would go with something to the effect of um, Zitumi's dark eyes sparkled in youthful welcome to establish that she's young. Though her hair tucked away under the matronly veil, embroidered with olive leaves along the edge, tried to give her an older appearance. Something like this is what I would go for. That what if you were doing How can yes. Well, I mean, again, like if I were writing something like this, which is, I would not necessarily. I mean, no. To be fair, look, if you take a look at the captain's heart, yeah, playful. Well, I would try to go with something that implies youthfulness, since that's the contrast that the attire gives to her. Playful can be pretty much of any age. So if you can find a term that implies both playfulness and youthfulness, I think would be the perfect word to use if you can find such a thing. Because I think this is what sort of the establishment of the difference in age versus what she is and what she's trying to what the attire tries to get her to look like. I think that's part of what make would make this work. Leo is in his 30s, I think, at this point, or is he younger than that? No, actually, he's younger than that. He doesn't have his son yet in this story. This is before he has his son. I no, actually, no. He's what, 18, 19, because he is not yet of age to work to work to do the sex work at the Sanguine Horse yet. He's only 20. Okay. All right. Ta-ta-ta. It was part of Oliver Tom's female livery, even for young women working their way through school, along with the gray-green gown with fitted sleeve closed by olive-shaped buttons. Um, the, and here, the thing here, you do some you do some establishing here, but because it's after the fact and it's very generalized, it doesn't imply that it's her. So I think establishing with that previous line that she's youthful, that she's made to appear older, would um again. Men's livery were equally sedate, though past experience proved Zetuni and her colleagues were anything but, as did her grin. Your friend arrived early. I settled him in the back corner, as you suggested, and asked Lufty to bring out a bottle of Lambrusco. You look nervous. Oh, he looked nervous. Honore, I presume, not Lufty? Yes, Lufty knows you're good for the cost. Zetuni laughed. And even if you didn't show tonight, he knows where you live. So does Honore. Has Lufty gone over the selection with him? Do you know? I don't think so. Zetuni opened the low gate between herself and Leo. I don't think you've been in yet since Vestrum Terra. Shall I bring you one index and indenter or two? Leo considered the question. He didn't want Honore worried about the amount he was spending, but the journeyman was anxious enough without depriving him of control over his own dinner. Two, I think, though I'd rather the one that don't list cost. I'll settle up with Lufty away from the table. Zetuni dropped the printed card she had picked up back in its basket and replaced it with two from another. I'll let him know. This way, please. So printing press are a thing. I in this world. Leo is a slut. No, no, he's not. No, he's not. he is very comfortable, very open. But no, he's not I'm not at this age anyway. Maybe he becomes one later. They are but handset, and this might be a woodcut. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Um, Following Zatuni across the dining room, Leo's heart refused to keep to the measured pace of his step. He tried to tell himself that he wasn't nervous. He was excited. There was no need for fear rejection when dining with friends. Um, I would make this singular here. Because he is dining with a friend. Even when dating, he wasn't truly nervous. Leo spotted Honore before the baker saw him. Zatuni was right about the men looking uncomfortable. A jug of wine sat on the table and a half-full glass goblet in front of Honore, but he stared into the garnet liquid with his shoulders hunched. They were nearly at the table before Honore looked up. The smile that bloomed across his face put all Leo's fear to rest. "Leo, I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" Leo took the indices from Zatuni and slipped into the seat adjacent to Honore's. He answered her raised eyebrow with a brief head shake, and she returned to her station. "I'm the one who kept you waiting." "That I was early." Honore bit his lip. "It's just we agreed to meet at sunset, but then it was cloudy and I didn't want to be late, but I didn't think they'd seat me and bring wine and—" "Honore," Leo covered the man's hand with his own, "I asked them to take care of you. I arranged for this table in advance. If you weren't sitting here, it would sit empty until we arrived, and I want you to be comfortable." "Sorry," Honore ducked his head. "I guess I'm not very good at that either." Leo laughed. "It can take time. Have you tried the wine? They bring it in from further south, great barrels at a time. It's usually rather good." "Not really?" Honore glanced across the room. "The man who brought it made me have a sip before he'd leave, but he wouldn't let me pay for it. I wouldn't even tell me how much it cost. He said you'd be cross with him if he did, and I should just relax and have a drink." Leo nodded. "They know me here, and that I'd plan to pay for your way. That I'd plan to pay your way, even if I'd been injured on my way, and that's the only way I'd stand you up if and that's the only way I'd stand you up if I had no way to prevent it. They would have fed you and sent me the bill. You never have to worry about the cost." Honore swallowed hard, but he didn't look reassured. "Airlifts said that I couldn't pay for you. You wouldn't let me. But he said you wouldn't try to buy me either. I like my friendship given freely. People who befriend me for the food, the favors, can do them. Or favors can do them. Okay. People who befriend me for food or favors can do them. Or favors can do them. Or favors I can... Oh, or favors I can do them. Wow. How the... Oh, boy. Yeah, my eyesight's... For favors I can do them. I'm learning that those aren't friends I want to keep. That had gotten serious quickly. Leo shook his head. I didn't... I'm guessing there's a no here? I didn't know Erlif was a friend of yours. He's not. I mean, he wasn't. Rory chewed his lip. He might be now, I suppose. But I only met him once so far. Sounds like a story. Leo poured some of the wine for himself. It smelled of summer berries and violet, and offered a pleasant acidity on his tongue. Would you care to tell it? There's not much to tell, Honore shrugged, but, as Leo had hoped, picked up his own glass. I'd come over here to get out of the bakery, sort of like you came by the other day, I guess. I thought I'd scout ahead and find the place. Then Erlif called to me, dragged me out for a drink, and we talked. About anything in particular? You, mostly? Honore's cheek pinkened? He likes you a lot, I think. Said he doesn't want you to get your heart broken. I said I had no design on your heart. I'm not worried. Leo forced a casual smile onto his face. He wasn't worried about Honore breaking his heart. Honore had been clear about the limits of their relationship, and it wasn't as if Leo lacked for other partners. He was worried about more exuberant friends like Erlif scaring Honore off. Did he bother you? Honore shook his head. It was a little weird at first. Really? Weird feels like an odd word for Honore to use. Up till this point, his vernacular is somewhat sedate. It feels like odd would be the word he'd use instead. Like, isn't it nice when you answer the question, the time delay, before the time delay reaches it to you? All right, give me a moment to deal with this. Really? That's not what I clicked. It was a little odd at first. He took me to an alehouse that isn't an alehouse or something, and then he said he hadn't poisoned my drink. I'd rather be upset with him if he had. Me too. A self-deprecating grin on Norie's face was better than not at all. It seemed a strange thing to say, but really, I just think he likes you, and I can't blame him for that. I like you too. Leo watched Honore's face darken towards the shade of the wine. Hey, it's all right. I'm glad you like me. I like you too. Honore swallowed hard and nodded. There's something Erlif said I should tell you, if I hadn't before, and I think you already know or guessed, but maybe I should say it anyway. Leo kept his expression gentle. I'm listening. Honore's eyes fell on the tabletop. His fingers played with the stem of the goblet, and he didn't meet Leo's eyes. When he spoke, the words tumbled over one another. I don't want to have sex with you. Leo waited for him to continue, but that seems to be the whole statement. You were right, and so was Erlif. I'm sorry? Leo smiled. Don't be sorry for this. You were right. I already believed it to be the case, but Erlif was right too. I'm glad you told me in so many words. I know Barrow. Leo shook his head. Do you remember when we talked about Loralee? You asked whether she could dictate what I do with you? I remember. Honore licked his lip. You said she couldn't. That's right. And if Honore lacks that dominion, then I trust her to value my well-being above anything else. Barrow has no authority at all. Oh, he hesitated, and Leo wasn't sure whether he'd say anything more. But she introduced us. And I'm glad of that. I like you. Leo hoped his smile was reassuring. He'd known enough people who used the word like to indicate desire for sexual exploit. But There was really no better word for it. I'd like to call you a friend, but the benefits that friendship includes are between you and me. The benefits to me are obvious, but I'm not sure what you get out of it. Honore looked around the room again. You didn't say the place would be so fine. I like it. Olivetum claims to serve rustic fare as if you were visiting a country estate in the south. He passed an index and an index indicator across. Would you like to look at the options for our meals? Honore looked at the index and frowned. There are no prices, and we no need to worry about them. Leo smiled. Choose whatever sounds best. Honore chewed his lip, frowning at the printed card. Even when Leo reached to the lamp in the center of the table to lengthen his wick, Honore did not relax. Beef and mutton were still available at the markets, along with sausages and other cured meats, but Olivetum preferred to play up their rustic theme with fresh ingredients. Their menu, though the season of air had reveled in the seasonal slaughter of domestic life. Their menu through the season of air had reveled in the seasonal slaughter of domestic livestock. But hunted beast provided the meat course now. Wild boar, roe deer, and hare formed 3 of the 4 options, with roast lamprey occupying the final place. With the scarcity of herbs, except in their dried form, dark spices featured alongside the dishes. Each game offering came with a slightly different peppery sauce, and the lamprey was described as being boiled in white wine and stuck with cloves. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, the Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 42 enemies, and we are up. Sigma takes the lead. Sergeant Kate Dog is in second. Severed Marlin is in third. Sigma's back in first. Neon is in second. Depken is in third. Let's see. I'm dead. Am I dead? Yep, I'm dead. Oh, right. I'm putting bolsters. Of course I'm dead. Neon takes first place. Sigma's in second. Depken is in third. And we have a few things. I don't know if the boxes are things we have to kill to finish the battle. And I'm about to find out because nope, we don't. We've won. Neon Hollow is in first place, 8 kill, 10 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 15 assist. And Hinky is in third, 9 kill, 4 assist. We have gold and the captain to take their cut. We've got busters, we've got Lego heads, we've got nobody claiming them. So, Tundra Chick gets Legos, JR926 gets busted. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. And it's another buster for me. Alrighty, so let's go up here. One more after that. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. Vegetables were even more limited, with a choice between turnip, pounded smooth. I would put a comma here. pounded smooth, or fennel and leek simmered in fat broth. But there were soups of cheese and of bread, and as well as a leek soup made with almond milk, and a nourishing hemp soup available for diners at the Epulararium, as well as for taking home for those suffering from seasonal illness. Leo looked up at Honore. Do you know what you'd like? I don't. Honore looked at Leo rather plaintively. Do you suppose you could decide? It's hard to make a wrong choice here. Hard, anyway. If Leo were making the selection for himself, I tried to remember what Honore had eaten at the Festival of Terra, but he'd been more worried about the time, and that had been a consensus meal now. Anyhow, he didn't think Honore had dominated that decision. He seemed intimidated by the setting here, which had never been Leo's intent. Despite the cold, some Popina might have been a better options. I'm sure I'll enjoy whatever you choose. Honore's smile was strained, and he fingered the stem of his goblet without drinking. All right. Lorelei insisted on sweetening Leo's tea when he was shaky after a session, and kept a basket of small cakes on hand. Leo hoped he wasn't challenging Honore here as much as Lorelei pushed him, but might the same nutritional intervention work? What do you think of the bread soup to begin? Honore's shoulders dropped, as if the suggestion itself eased his mind. That sounds lovely, yes. I'd enjoy that. Leo smiled encouragingly. Do you enjoy venison? Yeah. Venison, usually, or hare? I might have had venison once, growing up. Honore frowned. Servants were allowed to supplement their meals with bits left from family dinners, but they rarely were shared out as far as the children, and we were more interested in sweets anyhow. Perhaps not then. Leo nodded. Honore would surely be familiar with pork, however, and wild boar weren't far in flavor from their domestic counterpart. I enjoy it sometimes, but perhaps tonight we should go with... Okay. Okay. This is Leo at this point speaking, correct? Oh, wait, no, never mind. This is Google. Okay, there's a paragraph break here that didn't translate. I don't know why. Okay. No, all right. I enjoy it sometime, but perhaps tonight we should go with the boar and turnip. Do you like those? Honore wrinkled his nose. Well enough, though they're common on our table this time of year. We stick with plant and fungus-based meal to maintain the bakery's Janerian certification. Yeah, that one I don't know how to fix. I should have fixed the destruction of italics and stuff like that, but that one I don't know how to deal with. It was based to maintain the bakery's Janerian certification. Winter is not generous with its options. Would you prefer something greener? They have fennel and leek. Honor shook his head. Of the two, I'd prefer turnip. It doesn't have a lot of flavor, but compared to fennel, that's an advantage. Turnip it is, then. Leo smiled, relaxing at last. Was this how Lorelei felt when he used his stop word? Tivel talked about partners who couldn't protect themselves by saying no. If Honore could defend himself from a vegetable, at least perhaps the rest of Leo's selection would be all right. He glanced around for Lufti and raised a hand to invite the server to their table. Lufti shifted the jug of wine just enough to determine that it was nearly full and repeated back the order. He reclaimed the indices and left the table, dropping them. Okay. All right. Does Leo watch him do this? Does Leo watch him do that? Either because they're seated in such a way that he can see that, or or because he makes an effort. Linked to that, I would ask, do we need to know? Does the reader need to know what happens to the indices once Lufty takes them? I mean, I can imply they're going back where they belong, wherever that is. Do we need, it's the fact that the way this is written, it feels like we've shifted point of view to Lufty, because we don't know that Leo can see that. And since we're on in Leo's point of view, we need to take that into account, which is why I'm asking, is Leo watching it that this happened? Can he see it? Because something as simple as, he reclaimed the indices, left the table, and Leo watched him drop them at Zaytuni's lectern. Just to eliminate to keep the reader from wondering, have we switched point of view? Is Leo seated? Because it's a bit vague, and without the right information, this can easily be expected to just be Lufty's point of view. So, just an adjustment here to make sure that the reader knows that we're still in Leo's point of view. Personally, I would contest Leo's claim that this is needed. But this is personal. Leo smiled at Honore. How have you been since Viva Voce? Since the Viva Voce? I haven't heard from you. Is it busy this time of year? Not very, since the festival ended. We do well enough. Everyone needs bread, and our standard loaves and rolls are reliable sellers. He met Leo's eyes, brown, drawn down in worry. Bro, drawn down in worry. Does it bother you that I didn't write? You're under no obligations, of course. If you can't afford the messenger or haven't anything to say, though I'm always glad to hear from friends. Welcome back, Akla. You managed to walk your way back from the gym without letting your legs fail on you. Maybe you're not working them hard enough. Does Airlift write to you often, or Torojuri? Airlift? Leo laughed. No, he's terrible at that. When I get a note from him, it's to suggest we meet together, which you're also welcome to do, by the way. But Torojuri is much better about it. I might hear from him once or twice a week, though I don't always understand his latest excitement. That sounds frustrating. Not exactly frustrating. And I got over feeling foolish about it by the time I was 17 before I met him. I wish I could. How do you get over something like that? As much as you can. Spend time with those who know things you don't, Leo grinned. Then be interested when they tell you about it. I think the real key is to realize they don't remember not knowing some of what you don't know. When they use terms that you don't know, it's not to make you feel bad. They've just forgotten how to talk like other folks. How can you forget that? Well, I knew an apprentice baker once. She explained to me how vital it was to prove the barn before using it, for it might have been exhausted. Yes, that makes perfect sense. To another baker, surely, Leo laughed. At the time, we were in the festival barn, which was proof enough for me that it existed, and I thought exhaustion might be handled with a nap. Honore blinked. No, indeed. It's not what she meant at all. And she very sweetly explained it to me. So now I know as well. But you didn't even register the words were strange. Honore's head tilted slightly. I suppose that they might be, though it's barm, not barn. Leo nodded. Most folks are the same way, and moving around as I did rather than doing a full apprenticeship meant learning a little bit of a lot of things. So by the time I met Torojuri, who speaks math as if it were the common tongue, I was used to requesting folks to go back to explain the explanation. Oh, if this was narration, I would definitely make you change that. Um, I think I'd be embarrassed. Not everybody is nice about it. True. But those people don't become my friends. Leo smiled. Mother has reminded me lately that we teach other people how to treat us. Allowing mistreatment? Well, I won't be inviting Bara to Oliverton anytime soon. Lefty returned then, bearing 2 deep plates full of thick soup and a pair of spoons. He set one in front of Honore and the other Leo. Then bowed silently and withdrew with as little chatter as a household servant. Would that make Honore uncomfortable? As a child of servants himself? Leo hoped not. Honore's time as a journeyman was meant to prepare him to become a Magister Pistrini himself. In that role, he could certainly expect to keep servants of his own. Honor looked at the soup quizzically. Do they use egg bread, do you think? It's more yellow than I expected. It's more likely saffron. Leo sniffed. Ginger, cinnamon, veed, fort pepper, and with pepper and a whiff of cloves to dominate the spicing. But he did detect saffron, earthly sweetness, underlaying it all. There's enough cheese in there that you'd not need the fat from added eggs, and it's more economical to grate whatever bread was left from yesterday's service. I didn't think to order a loaf for us today. Should I have? Honore took a bite of the soup. Okay. It feels odd to take a bite of a liquid. Like I would expect a spoonful, or if it was less, if the language overall was a little more vulgar, a slurp. It simply feels odd for him to take a bite of soup. And shook his head. You may be unsurprised to learn that there's plenty of bread at home, and this is thick enough to call a potage and serve as a meal. Leo smiled. It's good, isn't it? But we're not restricted to... Yeah, but it's still soup. Taking a bite of something, again, like it's personal. You know what? Mark this as something to run by your other beta readers and see how they feel about it. But we're not restricted to generic food stuff today. Olivetum caters mainly to human diners. I believe they even use meat broth for their soup. That would explain the mouthfeel. I didn't think they'd use butter so generously. Out of season, but it doesn't have the flavor of nut or olive oils. Leo nodded. Vanette uses a broth of mushrooms and vegetables for bread soup when she makes it, so it's a little more versatile. You can get near the flavor of meat with mushroom and oils, but not quite. I like the variety. Yes, thank you for suggesting it. Leo bit his lip and buying it. Thank you for sharing the meal with me. Leo spooned more soup into his mouth and swallowed it before continuing. I really do enjoy talking with you. I can't understand why. You're clever and skilled and bring perspectives I don't have. You're braver than you think you are, and you care for the apprentices you supervise. I've watched you encourage them. You went out on a limb for Rogil and didn't talk over her at Omelas. As if I could. Honore looked more relaxed, though, and his lips curved up at the side. She understood Torojo presentation far better than I, and she wasn't afraid to ask when confused. If you wanted a brave companion for dinner, perhaps you should have invited Rogil. Fodensius, Fodiensius Secundus Terra, 1467. Oh, no, I realized his error only after the words were out of his mouth. Okay, I am going to do something real quick because this is going to bother me. Oh, true. That is true. Um, um, I was very much into the reading. Okay. Um, to be fair, I like the chapter. I do always like your chapter. Well, not always. Mostly like your chapters. Um, don't really have a lot to say. Like the interaction is nice. Um, we get a good demonstration of Leo's thoughtfulness. Um, Putting him in something resembling Lorelli's position after we've had the chapter of him in a scene with her is nice. Um, it it lets us see him getting an understanding or attempting to get an understanding for her position when she's in that role with him. Um, yeah, unless you have very specific questions, otherwise that's pretty much all I've got to say for this. Um, yeah, unusual to see ordering dinner as a DS interaction. But that's the well. And if it wasn't with Honore, that's not the interaction we'd have. But Honore is very much submissive, dangerously so probably. Although he's getting a little better at it. Like as Leo pointed out, if he can defend himself against a vegetable, whole hope is not lost. Um, but yeah, and it also makes sense for Leo to see things in that lens. You know, it is the world he grew up in, that he exists in, even though he's not actively working in that world yet. Honore realized his error only after the words were out of his mouth. Magister Martha had been clear that Leo was too old for Rogil for anything other than conversation. Honore couldn't disagree, but his outing together, it was only for conversation, wasn't it? I'm sorry, it was a stupid joke and not funny. Leo's smile looked sad. Reducing yourself to praise others? I like Rogil. She's a clever girl, but I don't find humor in denying your virtue. I like you, Honore. I wish you did too. Honore swallowed. How did one respond to something like that? He took another bite of soup to buy time. Leo shook his head. Besides, as you said, Rogil wasn't afraid to ask. Courage is doing the thing that scares you, like the ice slide. Honore's hand went to the badge, still pinned to his cap. It was a foolish amusement. It was nothing, really. It didn't feel like nothing to me. It felt like trusting a man you'd only met and choosing a challenge you could have declined. Honore's face reddened. I didn't want to disappoint you. You'd paid for our ride. You shouldn't have to go back. Leo reached for Honore's hand, but this time he didn't touch it. His shoulders stiffened, and he looked down. Is that why you said yes to tonight as well? Not wanting to disappoint? No! Honore had somehow hurt him? Hurt Leo, who seemed too confident? How? Leo looked hurt, or concerned at least. Soft lips turned down and at the corners. His brow furrowed. Wow. One of them oh, actually, yeah, that would have been just two, and the way I did it, it missed it. When he looked up from the table, wide brown eyes rested on Honore. What had Honore said? No, of course, that he hadn't just come to avoid... What had Honore said? No, of course, that he hadn't come just to avoid disappointing Leo. But how had Leo heard it? Had Honore managed to suggest that Leo's feelings don't matter? That disappointing would be all right? That was insulting as well as untrue. Honore shook his head. No, not entirely anyway. I don't want to disappoint you. I like you. I don't know if, well, Airlift called me your new friend. I don't know if I'd claim your friendship yet, but I'd like to be friends. I'm just not very good at it. You're doing fine so far, though it will be easier if you relax. Leo grinned wryly. Not that I've a right to talk. My household is forever after me to stop worrying for other people, but I care too much to let them go. Like your siblings and walking to school. You remember that? Leo nodded. I asked Lorelli to withdraw the requirement, but I haven't gone back to taking them. It wasn't good for them, really, and I do want them well. Want? I do want them well. If it comes back to their wellness, I'm going to ask if that's intended to be this way, because again, it feels odd to me, but your grammar is better than mine. Like I would want to see, and I do mean them well. And I do want them to be well. Yeah, yeah. If we stay with want to be well, would make it flow better. If it comes back to their wellness against my comfort, it's not a hard decision to answer. Honore frowned. Something seemed wrong in Leo's explanation. That sounds a lot like putting yourself last again. Leo blinked, obliviously reviewing his own word. He frowned. It does, doesn't it? But I think it's the right direction. I'm not saying it isn't. Honore chewed his lip. This really wasn't his place to meddle. Valuing wellness over comfort seems obviously right. I'm just saying that it's not putting yourself first. You're right, it's not. Leo shook his head and tried a grin. Do I at least get points for my self-indulgent excursion this evening? 4 people are stretching to cover me while I go out and have fun. 4 people? Do you really do that much? Not all on my own, no. But nobody over 20 sits idle while the Sanguine Horse is open. I'm too young to perform on stage, but for then DS is a busy day for the dining room and the kitchen. Give me a moment. With these two, it's a dance of who's pushing themselves down more than the other in their respective way. Honore, diminishing his personal value. Leo putting himself last. But I think the quote unquote good point here is that Honore is noticing it. I don't think that earlier in the story it's a detail that he would have picked up on. Honore bit his lip. Am I overstepping, taking you away from all that? Not at all. I begged leave and was given it before I ever invited you. But actions have consequences. By giving me leave, the household chose to give a quarter more tables to each of four people, and to keep Rebbe and Cressida from performing together tonight. Leo smiled easily. They work well together and transmit their enjoyment to the audience. Lorelei predicts a strong and enduring partnership for them, and she's been doing this for human lifetimes. But performers need an hour for aftercare once their show is done. When one of our usual servers is absent, we can't spare both of them for the dining room at the same time. Is that fair? To them, I mean. Honore scraped the bottom of his bowl, unwilling to let any of the hearty soup go to waste. In the short term, not at all. You grimaced. I had this lecture from Mother, though, and Lorelei besides. Tonight, it's unfair in my favor. Another time, Mother and I will split the dining room between us while Rebbe and Cressida are off together. Oh, Honore considered that, but the math didn't quite work out. How are four people overstretched tonight while two can handle the whole thing? Rebbe and Cressida go out on Ardendis, usually, or Volentadis. We're not so busy in the middle of the week. If we can avoid seating folks in the mezzanine, there aren't the stairs to contend with. That alone makes it far less overwhelming. Should we do that in the future? Avoid the busy nights or go out in the day before you're open? Leo smiled, and the unexplained tension left his shoulder. These recitals are only given once a week, so it wouldn't have worked for tonight, but I'd love to spend time with you again when your schedule allows, and mine. Can it be something less... Honore gestured around the dining room. Less expensive, I guess. I feel bad when I can't reciprocate. It's not just you. It's one of the rules under which I live, one of the conditions under which I am allowed to work at the Sanguine Horse before I turned 24. Honor frowned. Those are very specific numbers. 24? Yes, and 20 earlier. You said nobody over 20 was idle, but your siblings are almost old enough to be apprentices, and Erlif took me to an alehouse where the serving girl was much younger. Mara? Leo smiled. Did he drag you off to Mikhal's? It might have been. She was old enough for school, but she couldn't be out of second quadrennium. No, Mara tucked her way into serving table alone because she reached seconds, and I think that was last festum annontini. But the Sanguine Horse is classed as a diversion house, not an alehouse or epularinium. What difference does that make? You're not familiar with the Harkness Act? Before Honore could answer, Leo shook his head. No, why would you be? It's a law that applies to diversion houses and independent workers, not to bakeries or alehouse. But it's a law, and we have to follow it. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 55 enemies. Sigma starts us as the lead. Neon Hollow's in second. Catacrack is in third. Takes over second. Captain Stoogie is in third. Sigma is still in first. Nope, Catacrack takes over that. Sigma's in second. Captain Stoogie is in third. Catacrack, Sigma, Captain, and with that, we're done. We've won. Catacrack is in first place, 22 kill, 8 assist. Sigma OS is in second place with 16 assist. Captain Stogie is in third, 3 kill, 11 assist. We have Musketeers, we've got Paladins. We've got nobody interested in them at this time. So, Hinky gets a musket. Neon Hollow gets a pal. And we move on to a very hard battle before the skin chest. Yep, that's probably going to be the last one. And another buster. This should be the last one. Yep, gotta remember to go clear the quest. Alright, after that, we're going for Barbarians. Oh, really? Oh well, I'll finish this. This is a chain, so I'll finish that tomorrow. And I got 20 days. I thought I thought when I ran my numbers this morning that I'd be able to finish this today. But nope. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. What does it say? Several things, as most laws do. It's meant to Hey, taking your time is not always a bad thing. Several things, as most laws do. It's meant to protect workers, though I'm not sure it does a good job. But that's why no humans under 20 can visit the Sanguine Horse or work there in any capacity that encounters customers. There's a minimum age for each species to hire, attend, or work within a diversion house. Leo pulled back to his seat as Luffy reappeared to remove their soup plate and replace them with empty ones. Oh, thank you, Luffy. Luffy bowed formally and withdrew towards the kitchen. And independent workers? Oh, yes. You can't hire a sex worker until you're 20 either, or become one until you're 24. Is that why you don't perform on stage, or don't you want to? Oh, I want to. Leo grinned, but yes, I won't be doing that for another 4 years. And there's concerns that if I let someone else pay my way, someone who doesn't like what we do might charge that their generosity was payment for sex later. Even if you didn't... Oh, no, he swallowed. I mean, we're not going to. You said we didn't have to. We don't. Leo touched his hand again, his skin soft and warm against Honore's. I'm happy to spend time with you and in any way you enjoy. But 4 years is a long time, and I don't want to have to say no later if what you want changes. That was a frightening thought. What if it doesn't? If we spend 4 years as friends and you never want sex? Leo grinned. Then we'll have enjoyed many good meals that my household pays for. It doesn't harm me, nor will it hurt my family. Collectively, we can afford the expenses. The expense. Oh, Honore chewed his lip. Do you consider them all your family, even the daemon? I do. Though Kiri would argue. You argue with a daemon? How in the world did Leo call Honore brave? Not with Damon, just with Kiri. Leo grinned. He enjoys it, I think. Making people think. But his argument is that Damon aren't people under the law because they don't have free will. They want what the gods want and must do their bidding. But the gods are gone. Honorary frowned. How can they know the will of the gods when the gods aren't there? If anything, Leo's grin broadened. They can't. So does that mean the gods aren't really gone? The idea alone made Honorary uneasy. You said Kiri doesn't always answer question. I guess you wouldn't want to ask that one. Not if I had any sense, Leo shrugged. I didn't when I asked it. I think I might have been 9. But he answered that one. Honore was fascinated by the image of a half-grown Leo walking up to a demon and simply asking. How fearless had he been as a child? What did Kiri say? The gods are gone. They won't return. They declared it themselves. Nobody should blaspheme otherwise. Leo hesitated. I was never afraid of him, really. I knew he wouldn't hurt me. But the way he looked at me that time, it felt much older than I was. Then when I asked it, I think it might have been nice, but he answered that one. Is the it here intentional, or are you referring to something other than Kiri? The way he looked at him. The way he looked at him. It, okay, much older than I was. I, I, I honestly, I do not get what you're going for here, but I don't think it matters. I think it's more of a me thing than um felt older, much older than the world, maybe. But in that moment, he was serious, and it hurt him. They're gone. I think okay. I think what is yeah. You know, as I've said before, this is dialogue, so you get away with more. And yeah, like this, if it okay, if it's Leo not knowing any better way to explain it and not you trying to make the reader understand, then this is perfectly fine. I think this is where my mind hitched, is that I read it as you trying to explain something to me, the reader, and as such, I don't get what you're going for. And I was about to have you, I was about to suggest a correction, but as a dialogue, as Leo himself not having a better way to convey what that felt like, yeah, that's fine. That works. Because, if he doesn't have the words to explain it, I should not be understanding it. The rest adds just enough context that I was, like I said, I was about to suggest a correction. So in its entirety, I think it works. Again, also as dialogue. So, oh, even filtered through Leo's memory in a decade of more of time, that solemnly weighed on Honore. Leo nodded. Yeah, about like that. Lufty's return broke the mood. He carried a single round platter nearly as broad as the surface of a baker's peel. A smooth mound of golden white turnips swirled across the surface, supporting and containing a dark sauce that washed across thick slices of fragrant pork. Honore could see the whole cloves dotting the top of the dish, but his nose insisted on remembering the sweet spice buns that sold equally well regardless of which god's festival they observed. In addition to the pepper the index had named, honey, ginger, cloves, and cinnamon tantalized his nose. Leo grinned at his expression. A good choice? If it tastes half as good as it smells, Honore shook his head. Thank you. I hadn't imagined this from the description. Lufty didn't say anything. All the servers in the dining room seemed strangely quiet, now that Honore noticed, but withdrew shining sharp-bladed knives from a pocket of his apron and laid them between the platters and the diners. He bowed again and backed away. Leo, Honore lowered his voice, is that many, I'm guessing, men? Is that man dumb? He seemed to hear you well enough. Leo blinked, then laughed. Lufty? Oh, no, far from it. He's studying drama, both performing and writing, at the university. If he choose, he could fill the room with his voice. He doesn't say much, though. Not here. Like his laughter, Leo's smile invited Honore to share his amusement. He told me once that the owner learned he was a dramatist and took him aside for instructions. If he wished to act, Oliverio advised him he should be skilled in taking roles. That makes sense. Honore wasn't sure where this was going. At Olivetum, then, the role he should take is that of an elite servant, ensuring the comfort of his dominie guests at their country estate. And that's speechless? Quite efficiently. Quiet efficiency, I believe. Make sure diners have all they might need and make oneself invisible. Oh, Honore considered Leo's role of the sanguine horse. Is that what you do as well? In the dining room, you mean? Leo grinned. Not for another 4 years. Honore didn't see the connection, and then he did. Is it? Do people do that with their servant? Require it of them? Nice interaction. Um, it's it's always good to see the juxtaposition with them. It's good to see Honore think, see his thinking progress. Um, Still annoyed that his first reflex is to put himself down, but I, you know, I it's not easy to change. But I see the places where he is, where he's, questioning that, not, you know, learning to accept that, you know, both to say what Oh, no, 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 no. This is not about you being early. It's me kind of going, wishing Honore would get over it already, you know, and not in a, will not in a, can the story finally move forward, but more in a, you know what, Honore, you are being not very smart. Like, it's not on you, it's on Honore, which, reflecting on you is very good because you are giving us a portrayal that is quite realistic. If it wasn't, I probably wouldn't be annoyed at him. Um, yes, yep, indeed. Um, is, does the law is the law covered before in this story, or am I remembering it from the other story? Because I remember Leo, or yeah, I think pretty sure it's Leo. No, actually, it might not have been Leo. No, if it's the other story, it wasn't Leo. But I remember the details of the law being given. Like I remember reading the details of the law. Um, okay, then it's probably in Trokim's that I remember it. Um, I was I was going to say, if it's come up before, you may want to look at both places just to make sure that it's not just, a copy paste, like it's not exactly the same thing given the same way and stuff like that. That there's um, that being given again, adds to what was there before. Uh, doesn't have to be big things, but you want to, when we write, we want, if we're going to tread the same subject, we want to try to add to it instead of just making it, you know, what it was the previous time. Um, do you have a specific question or something you want me to look at specifically here? Um, all right. Leo cultivated that patience for the rest of the meal, guiding discussions more to the business of Pistrinum Piritorum than that of the sanguine horse. For all that he claimed to lack the skill and friendship, Honore cared deeply about the apprentices in his care. It was interesting to compare the bakery's approach to discipline with how Shannon had handled Leo and how she dealt with the twins now. There were parallels with Lorelai's teaching as well, but Leo kept those to himself. Both men were pleasantly stuffed by the time Lufti took away their plates, and Honore declined Leo's offer of an apple torta drizzled with honey to provide a sweet ending for the meal. Leo excused himself to wash his face and hands after the meal, slipping Lufti a generous bibelia in addition to the charge for the meal, and they returned to the street. In poorer parts of the city, the lampposts that provided at least minimal light at each crossroad sometimes burnt low or even out, despite the lamplighters who employed. Here it feels like we're missing were. were employed to maintain them. Not so in universitatis, where residents and business owners demanded constant service. At some point, the end of the previous chapters disappeared. Is okay, is there supposed to be more here? All right. Do you have access to it? Do you want me to add it and go through that? Or all right, just uh, which into which so that's that would be 20. All right. Go to the end. Okay, that's a decent amount of stuff that record of them. Okay, so there it is. Really? All right, there we go. No, it's not on you. All right. Is it? Do people do that with their servant required of them? Leo frowned. Not usually, though it I can't say it doesn't happen. Any sort of power imbalance is open to abuse, whether one of servants, apprentices, or children. Even spouses with unequal earning are vulnerable. But it's not inherent to the role, and good people disapprove of it in the real world. Then why can't you serve like that for another 4 years? Isn't that the age? Honore dropped his voice. Isn't that the age for sex work? It is, as he had the first time they met, Leo continued in a normal conversational tone. The service you will normally get at the Sanguine Horse dining room is no more attentive than your average alehouse. At Olivitum, each server handles fewer tables. We didn't have to tell Lufty we're done with this. We're done the soup. I would prefer this is Actually, no, this is dialogue, so okay. We were done the soup, or wait for him to notice. He was watching for it. Or he chewed his lip. But that's not sex work, is it? Not when Luffy does it. No. Leo smiled. You have to realize, though, that in some ways, the Sanguine Horse isn't the real world. When somebody hires one of our people for close attendance of the sort wealthy domini get, or even at the level we're seeing tonight, it's always part of a larger package. It's one move, usually the first, in a game they've hired us to play. I'm not sure I understand. He wasn't sure he wanted to understand. Leo looked at him levelly. I think you're not entirely unaware of the service we offers. I've never been. Honore bit his lip. But one hears things about the folks at Sanguine Horse doing terrible things to people. Not just sex, but other things as well. Leo tilted his head. If you consider sex a terrible thing, you may be in the minority. But we've talked about the power play I've explored with Lorelli. How I'm learning to transform what might have been scary into something exciting. Some of the games we play involves beatings as well. You and Lorelli? Or the Sanguine Horse as a whole? Honore gestures vaguely. How could Leo speak so freely about things like that, like this, and in a public place? Why was Honoring asking? Both, though for me it's still an exploration of limits, and those doing sex work already know their own limit. Leo's grin was easy and relaxed. He used the provided spoon to transfer turnip and sauce to Honore's plate, then his own, and topped each portion with a slice of meat. They know how much pain they can take or offer, mental as well as physical, and can negotiate an extended session with confidence. Cressida, for example, might engage herself to play a private servant for a guest or their party. As part of that, she may kneel beside the table until she's needed and leap immediately to attend their desire. And if it went no further, it might not be called, it might not be worth calling sex work. Honorio swallowed. But it is? Leo shrugged. If the service alone were all they wanted, they probably would not have to come to the Sanguine Horse. In the real world, beating grown servant is abuse. When one of our people consent to play the role, however, or he thought he saw where Leo was going and looked away. They don't. Surely they don't. Give me a moment. They don't do anything she hasn't chosen to allow. Leo met his eyes. She enjoys her work most of the time, and if she chooses to endure beyond enjoyment, that too is her choice. Honor's eyes were wet, and he didn't know why. He blinked rapidly. I thought the Singing Horse was about hurting people who want it. Not that you'd hurt working there. You don't need to be afraid. Leo touched Honore's hand. Nobody's offered to do that to you. And if they did, you could say no. That's not the point. Honore pushed some turnip onto his spoon, but didn't lift it from the plate. I like you, and we're talking about the place you work. You're too young now, but in 4 years, will they expect that of you as well? They'll expect me to be able to say yes or no, and to set limits that will keep me safe, which may not be the same as Crusader's limits. We're different people. But you don't deserve to be beaten, even if I enjoy it. Leo's smile was oddly sad. Perhaps I should say, you don't deserve. Perhaps I should say, you don't deserve to eat fennel? What did that have to do with anything? I don't even like fennel. That's why you ordered the turnip, I thought. Yes, exactly. Leo ate a bit of mash. I like you, and I don't want to make you eat food you find unpleasant. But some people like fennel. Do you begrudge them? Do you begrudge it to them? Of course not. But beetings aren't vegetables. To mix with herbs or a pleasant sauce, they hurt. So does pepper. But in its place, balanced with other things, I'd rather not dine without it. You can't be saying you like being beaten. I could be. Leo cut and ate a piece of pork. He chewed slowly, then swallowed. It would be true if I did. And I wasn't sure how to respond to that. He shoveled a spoonful of turnip into his mouth. A hint of spiced pepper sauce warmed his tongue, but he wouldn't have called it pain. Maybe a little burning, but it was nothing like being hurt on purpose. Honoré? Leo brows lowered with concern. Does this bother you, talking about this? Sort of. He swallowed again, though there was nothing left in his mouth. It's hard to imagine. I could never stand being yelled at, let alone beaten. So it's hard to want it for you, even if you do. Alrighty, we're going to have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and we will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 44 allies. We're going up against 36 enemies, and we are off. JR is in first place. Quinn is in second. Sigma is in third. Mope kills an epic. Enki kills the other one. And looks like we're about to be done fairly quickly. Because, yep, there we go. We're done. We've won. JR 926 is in first place. 11 kill, 1 assist. Quinn is in second place. 9 kill. Astromage is in third. 5 kill, 2 assist. We've got gold, and the captain takes his cut. We've got a berserker that no one is currently claiming. And Lilith's Labyrinth goes berserk. And we move on to the skin chest. On the way to tomorrow's scroll chest. Sorry, token chest tomorrow. Alright, and I said I am now going for Barbarian. So we're going to give you a soul before I forget. Ooh, I am going to go on a rampage, I think. Not that I'm going to gain anything from it, but yeah. Alrighty, past 2 p.m. Time for me to visit the shop where monks get purchased. I'm above 20k. I get a refresh and some scrolls. I'm above 25. Another refresh. Alrighty, and that is that. So, half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to visit the viewer side where archers get purchased. And that starts well. Above 50k, so a refresh. More scroll. Above 55, another refresh. Yet more scroll. Above 60, and more scroll. Holy bleep. I mean, that diminishes my money, but lots of scrolls. Leo's lips twisted in a rueful grin. Would it help if I said I dislike being scalded too? It would be easier to understand. Honor sawed at what turned out to be surprisingly tender pork. Or, no, it wouldn't. How can you dislike a lesser punishment and like a greater? Because only one is a punishment. Leo shrugged. I do my best. I like making people happy. Learning I failed, that I've made you uncomfortable, that I've disappointed Lorelli, that I made more work for my mother. It feels bad. We still play with it sometime, Lorelli and I, to try to build my tolerance. I can choose to accept it, but it's not something I enjoy. But isn't hitting? I mean, doesn't that happen when they're more upset than scolding? Ah, no, not at the Sanguine Horse, Leo smiled. It can be. Cressida's servant game are often like that, some error as an excuse for the beating. But a beating alone, that's just sensation. Building, intensifying, but with its own rhythm. It can be connections rather than correction. That's... Honore chewed his lip. He liked Leo. He wanted him to be happy. If the things that made him happy were odd, well, wasn't Ruggieri's fascination with the movement in the skies? Rugil was picking up on it, and Honore didn't begrudge her that. Still, this felt different. That's hard to understand. Leo nodded. It's not for everyone. I'm not asking you to try it any more than I'd ask you to have sex or eat fennel. But for me, it means something. I still don't like the idea of you being hurt. I know. I regret your discomfort. I care about you, but I can't be other than whom I am. I don't want you to. Leo reached hesitantly for Leo. Honore reached hesitantly for Leo's hand, covering it the way Leo had his. The gesture felt small and inadequate, but Leo smiled. I know how to be a journeyman and a baker. I don't know how to be your friend, but I'd like to learn. Can you be patient with me? I can do patient. Leo smiled, warm and welcoming. I'll be patient as long as you need. Okay. One detail, when you go back over it, pay attention to Leo. I know we're in Honore's point of view, but Leo feels cold in quite a few places here. And I'm not sure if it's places where you didn't... I don't know if it's Honore not reading him properly, or if you just, through the writing of this, didn't think to add the impressions that Honore gets off of him. I honestly, I cannot point to one specific one. It's just, there's a few passages where I was left with the sense that for some reason Leo came across as rather cold. And so you may want to, ask your beta readers about that, or, if you take a second look yourself and notice that. It is a drawback of not being in his head that you cannot have him go through the mindset and all that. Yeah, like I said, it's just a sense I got, and it may be something as simple as having forgotten to have Honore react or Honore notice a detail here and there. It may not take a lot to move that away, um, but I do believe that that is so interesting. Alrighty, okay, it had felt a bit like a jump, and now the start makes flows better, but it hadn't been so abrupt to make me go, okay, something's missing. And I figured, okay, something happened, between the chapters, and you were going to, a little bit like this. Like I figured it was something about, they'd had a bunch of conversation that led to this comment. Um, Leo cultivated that patience for the rest of the meal, guiding discussions more to the business of Pistrinum peritorum than the sanguine horse. For all he claimed to lack the skill of friendship, Honore cared deeply about the apprentices in his care. It was interesting to compare the bakery's approach to discipline with how Shannon had handled Leo and how she dealt with the twins now. There were parallels with Lorelli's teaching as well, but Leo kept those to himself. Both men were pleasantly stuffed by the time Lufty took away their plates, and Honore declines Leo's offer of an apple torta drizzled with honey to provide a sweet ending for the meal. Leo excused himself to wash his face and hand after the meal, slipping Lufty a generous bibali in addition to the charge for the meal, and they returned to the street. In poorer parts of the city, the lamppost that provided at least minimal light at each crossroad sometimes burnt low or went out despite the lamplighters who were employed to maintain them. Not so in Universitatis, where residents and business owners demanded constant service. Even on such a cloudy night, they hardly needed to hire a lanternarium to light their way to the music hall that contained the university's clavicembalium. Most of the lanternari in this neighborhood, though, were students who relied on the extra income to cover book rental for their studies or small luxuries like extra fuel to heat their rooms in the winter. Leo slipped a coprum to the young woman waiting at the first lamp they reached and gave her their destination. When he was alone, Leo often found lanternari eager to chat while they walked. This young woman, however, glanced from him to Honore and left them to one another's company. Honore looked from the lanternarius to Leo, but he gained at least a little confidence over dinner. Do you go to these recitals often? Not as often as I'd like, for Dendia's nights are hard to fit with my schedule, but they're always a treat. I did catch a brief demonstration of Jodzael claviciballum during the festival of Terra. One of my other friend did some of the layout work on Jodzael monograph about the instrument, so we got a bit of a private lecture before the demonstration. Honore blinked. Like the one with Torojuri? Does that happen to you a lot? Similar, though Torojuri is a friend of mine, and I only met Jodzael through Bilha. I suppose you could say I was in Rugil's position that day, interested but ignorant. He grinned. Jodzael was patient with my questions, at least, as Torojuri was with Rugil. Very much like. Most people are eager to talk about their field, I find, if you express an interest. Lero shook his head. I'm always shocked by how many people don't ask or avoid the information when it's offered. Like I was with the sanguine horse stuff. Are you still worried about that? Maybe a little. Honore chewed his lip. I don't want to be rude about a thing you love. It's different, I think. When a topic makes you uncomfortable, there's a difference between apprehensive and incurious. Even with his apprehension, Honore had asked more questions. Leo didn't think he should point that out. All right, I just don't want to hurt you. Honore hesitated, then offered Leo an obviously forced grin. At least not in the way you don't enjoy. Leo laughed. The man was trying, even if it did make him uncomfortable. In some ways, that was more flattering than the people whose interest was more naturally prudent. Honore's shoulders relaxed and the grin became more natural. He'd been pushing himself to make that joke, but apparently Leo's response had been correct. I do appreciate that, and listening to Josdale was fascinating. She didn't invent the instrument, but hers is one of the largest timber clavicembala in the world today. Are there a larger one of other material? That depends how you define clavicimbantilum. You grinned at Honore's expression. No, really. Some of the first instruments that used a keyboard to pluck strings mechanically were installed in Dwarven realms, and they used their entire room as a resonating chamber. Apparently, the vibrating soundboard, lightweight spruce that's polished smooth, is an innovation inspired by Elven luthier. That's an unlikely combination, isn't it? Dwarves and elves working together. That's one advantage to mixed cities like Capital. Each party can meet their own needs, sleeping and dining apart, yet come together where their interests align. Leo shrugged. Dwarves and elves might not naturally have the same desires, but I see that even within my own family. My siblings want different things than each other, or than me, and our mothers' needs are different again, and nobody gets on one's nerve like those one loves, especially when living in tight spaces. I know the feeling. Honore spoke emphatically enough to make Leo think there was some story behind it. Small thing. Since we have Leo here already, we probably don't need him here. We've changed paragraph, therefore by reflex we've changed who speaks. He nodded. It helps to spend time in the garden or the common solar, and helped more when I was away all day on my not apprenticeship. I didn't realize how much that insulated me from their irritation, and it forced me to keep friends outside of the household, which was better for me than I realized at the time. Do you not have friends now? It seems like half the city is friends with you. Friendly, at least. I may have missed. That's the first one that registered. Friendly, at least. Leo considered the difference. I can enjoy spending time with most people, almost anyone who doesn't harm others. But the people who want to see me, who go out of their way, that's a much smaller group. And with some of those, it's mostly for sex. Honore wrinkled his nose. Those don't sound like great friends. They're all right. At least I know how to entertain them. Leo ducked his head. I'm still learning that what you might enjoy. Guessing, really. For all I know, you've been bored to tears each time we're together. I'd hardly call that ice slide boring. But it's nothing you'd be eager to repeat either. Leo laughed. If he made a joke of it, kept it light, maybe he wouldn't scare Honore away. Honore reached out to touch the pin on his cap. I might, if you wanted me to. I wouldn't ask that of you. I want you to enjoy spending time with me, but you didn't like the play at Globis, and I know Torogeri's Vis-a-Vos was outside your interest. Vis-a-Vos was for Rugil's benefit. I was her chaperone. Time with you was a bonus, and I didn't mean to be rude about the play. I'm not asking you to be polite. Leo's voice was loud enough to startle the Lanternarius into looking back, though she turned her attention into a nod that indicated their upcoming turn. Leo lowered his voice. I'm sorry, Honore. You weren't rude at all, but I worry that your politeness is, well, that it's forcing you to accept invitations you'd rather not. No. Honore looked honestly shocked. The outing at Festum Terra, that one was forced. Barra kept at me until I agreed. But you've never done that. The play might have been not the best, but I still enjoyed the time with you. And at Omelas, after the Viva's voice, and maybe part of it was what you said, needing to get away from the people with whom one lives. But I do like you. I like spending time with you. But I make you uncomfortable. A little? Honore shrugged. Nothing like Barra does, and not, I think, on purpose. No, never on purpose. That was the problem, really. If it were deliberate, Leo could stop. If, when Honore reacted to things Leo thought were normal, how could he anticipate that? I hope you're comfortable at the recital, at least. I hope I don't embarrass you. Honore tugged at the hem of his omplant. You could never do that. Could Leo get away with wrapping an arm around the man? Probably not. The temperature was still above freezing. Only traces of snow remained on the ground, though there would surely be more before the season was through. Thankfully, neither of us will be asked to perform tonight. Jadzael's clavicemballum is enough of a novelty, still, that they let its voice stand alone, which means Jadzael spends hours before each performance on tuning it, but I think she'd have done that anyway. Hours in tuning? What sort of instrument is it? The clavicemballum? Hadn't Leo mentioned that? By name, certainly, but had he described it? He shook his head. It's a keyboard instrument, like an organ, but it runs by plucked strings rather than blown air. Some sort of clockwork harp, then? Not exactly. No. Harps are mostly strummed. There's a bit of a quill on the block for clavicemballa that plugs the note, then pushes up and silences it when it falls down. I see? Honore's frown suggested he didn't. You will, anyway. Leo smiled. I'm explaining it badly, I think, and we're nearly there. But it's more like a psaltery with a tiny plectrum for each string, except it has dozens of keys controlling more than 100 strings. The psalteries I've seen only had 16, though I suppose that would make them much faster to tune. The lanternarius stopped in front of the music building and waited for dismissal. Leo gave her another pars as bibalia and smiled at Honore. Indeed it would. Shall we go inside? The recital hall was not one of the larger classrooms in the music building, but its 4 tiers of narrow tables and buttock-smooth benches to each side of the main aisle would easily hold 8 students each. When Leo and Honore entered, only a handful of places were taken. Leo led his guest to the second row to the left of the aisle, letting Honore slide in first and taking the rightmost seat himself. Depending on the crowd tonight, Honore might have nobody else beside him at all. As it predicted, Jadzael had the lid over the instrument's large wing-shaped body open and was bending to work on the system of wires and pegs that determined the frequency of each note played. He hadn't fully understood the dwarven woman's explanation, but he was able to point out a few things to Honore. Out of curiosity, is that an ancestor to the piano? Yeah, cool. I've started suspecting it once we went from air to strings. Because initially, you know, I thought organ. I thought it was a type of organ. Um, and then, you know, when Leo talks about its strings instead of air, I went, okay. You can't see the strings inside. They're not fiber or gut, but metal. Smaller instruments usually use brass. One of the Jadzale's innovation was using wire, through her first prototype failed under the strain. This model is more reinforced, though it's still wood painted to look like marble rather than actual stone. Honore peered across the distance at the instrument, then blinked at Leo. Do you know everything? Leo laughed. Hardly anything at all. But I know Bilha, and Bilha knows Jazale, and so I was privileged to hear a little. More importantly, I know whom to ask if I need more, or where to send someone with questions. But how do you remember it all? First-year apprentices can't remember their level and temperature, then you're wandering around with musical instrument and celestial mechanics in your head. Leo shrugged. It was interesting, and nobody depends on me to know it. When I was learning to use the flogger, I was much more cautious for competence. It mattered to me, an adult, that the Seguin horse must master that skill, even if he never plans to use it. That tension alone made it harder to be confident, and Lorelli says that's normal. If I forget celestial mechanics, the Roguri will explain again. If I forget the impact zone, someone might get hurt. Honore hesitated. Your examples are certainly unique. So are my experiences. Leo grinned, hoping he hadn't disturbed Honore again. Honestly, I don't know the temperature of leaven. If you told me, I might remember later, but I'm not juggling every detail of bakecraft in a head that last year was tasked with algebra. Be gentle with your learners and with yourself as teachers. As teacher, have you ever seen an elven crash? Honore shook his head. They use them instead of school, though it's not quite the same. Infants are welcome, and toddlers. I went to Celeber Vicus with Gizazane and Sanara at last Ciclo to help take care of Coom. We spent a lot of time in creche, Coom and I, and the patience of everyone amazed me. They trusted the children would learn in their own time, and creche was a safe place for them to do so, to do it. Do they still have lessons during Ciclo? I've heard elves get distracted. That's one way to put it. Leo grinned. That's why they brought me along. I'm more used to the urges they feel only one year in 4, so I can ignore them. But I don't think the creche has any forced learning at all. And how do the children learn what they need to know? Well, they have a lot longer to do it. Coom's my age and still a toddler, but I think that lack of pressure is part of it. Coom wasn't dressing himself yet. When we left for the Vicus, but A was watching the other children in creche while I held them, and after A was comfortable letting me put him down in a new place, Coom saw an older child playing with a square frame that had flaps and buttons attached to the side. I watched that child use it for hours. It was a bit boring for me, but A paid more attention to those buttons than anything else. Then the other child got bored and moved on to a different toy, and Coom started heading straight for the buttons as soon as we got to crash. A even fell asleep on it a couple of times, but by the time we left, A was undoing her own buttons at night and mostly fastening them in the morning. Because for Coom, in those months, buttons were the most fun there were. Buttons were the most fun, most fun thing there were. I'm not sure if you need the where here. The where here, like the buttons were the most fun thing, the most fun thing there. I think that would be enough. Okay, still on that. Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you go. Dulcimer. That's the term I was looking for. Although I think a dulcimer also struck by a hammer. Oh, okay, cool. So you think we should let apprentices spoil the leaven and hope they learn anyway? Leo shrugged. I'm suggesting they'll spoil the leaven whether you let them or not. And praising success teaches better than punishing failure. Honor looked at him. I thought you liked punishment. Isn't that what the sanguine horse is all about? Ah, but if I like it, it isn't punishment. Punishment isn't about the action taken, but the learner's reaction. How could he make Honore understand? Lorelli was so much better at explanations than Leo. I wish I could invite you home with me. There's someone there who could explain. To the sanguine horse, you mean? Honor looked dubious, but less repulsed than Leo had feared. Herliff said that would be educational, but even he wouldn't go without you beside him. Herliff had visited without Leo beside him, but that wasn't Leo's story to tell. He smiled. I'd never ask you to. I'm not sure you'd like the shows, and everyone's a bit busy while we're open, but if you wanted to drop by in the afternoon just to visit, the biggest danger is loitering in Vanahit's kitchen. Honor bit his lip. How dangerous is that? Leo grinned. She'll put you to work. Kitchen work? Honor shook his head. How could I ever survive? About the same as the rest of us, I imagine, with busy hands to ease the weight. Leo considered his friend. Bistrium Peritorum was just another sort of kitchen, wasn't it? Maybe inviting Honore over wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Erleif dislikes it enough that he heads straight for the Solar when he visits, though I think playing Cook's helper is used as punishment in the Viarum Presidio Castra. A lecturer with short-cropped cyan hair ascended to the raised lectern at the front of the room, and the murmur of conversation slowly stilled. Jadzelle had finished her work under the lid of the instrument and returned to the bench in front of the keyboard. Half a dozen people now occupied the bench in front of Leo and Honore, but nobody had seated to Honore's left. May I? Leo kept his voice to a whisper, but extended his arm a short way along the back of the bench, behind Honore. Honore hesitated, then licked his lips. Leo had already begun to withdraw his arm when he nodded. We'll talk later? Gently, ever so gently, Leo extended his arm and draped it around Honore's shoulder. We will. As much as you want. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 44 allies. We're going up against 83 enemies. Ooh, that's going to be interesting. Astromage is in first place. Sigma's in second. Catacrack takes over second. Sigma takes it back. Catacrack is in third. Too many people kill epics for me to keep track of. Astromage is in first. Sigma's in second. Catacrack is in third. And okay, I think we got this. This was not as interesting as I thought it might be. Let's see. Astromage is in first. Captain Stogie is in second. Sigma is in third. And with that, we're done. We've won. Astromage is in first place. 31 assists. Captain Stogie is in second place. 9 kills, 15 assists. And Sigma OS is in third. 21 assists. We've got gold. And there's the captain. Taking his cut as always. We've got shinobis that no one is currently claiming. So, Astromage gets the shinobi. And I get scrolls. Then we move on to an insane battle as the last battle of the day. And it's another barbarian for me. Oh, nothing. You're not targeting anything. Okay, well, let's go here. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out, and I will be right back. Jodzel's performance at the clavicimbalum was practiced, if not as innovative as the instrument itself. Perhaps being artificer and performer was enough for her without adding music composition to her set skill, or skill set, to her set, a set of skill. Or perhaps she intended to arrange a familiar song as a demonstration of her instrument's versatility. Several times during the performance, she stretched around the right side of the clavicimbalum to push or pull a register end. Leo lacked the music vocabulary to explain how the pitch changed with each adjustment, but even his untutored ears could hear the difference. Okay, what kind of music knowledge does Leo have? Because there's a level of knowledge here that I'm not sure a layman should have. to use myself as an example when it comes to music, I couldn't tell you if something is practice. Okay, so because this comes across as someone who can tell what it means to be practiced and what innovation comes across as the way it's written. And the fact that he is making a supposition about her motivation adds to that sense that he has knowledge. So what this could be reworked so that he is recalling something Justel told him or told as part of the lecture, that she that she would play a that she would play pieces that people knew, that so that she could demonstrate. So instead of making what is there come across as opinions and supposition on Leo's part, they are things that she explained as part of the lecture that he attended. You didn't want to say familiar twice close together. Familiar? Person in the range of familiar song. So we got not innovative. Okay. Well, considering that the instrument itself is an innovation, I think it works the way I think it works to use not as innovative, but it's just that the way it's written gives the impression that it's all Leo's opinions and him judging based on knowledge. She chose well-worn songs that he. All right. This, I think, would work as an opinion on him himself, because that's something anyone can decide. This one, my concern is that it's dependent on knowledge. And this, to me, definitely comes across as knowledge-based information. So my question becomes, is this needed for the story? Because Bro, yeah, no, I understand that, especially after my comments on the previous one. Um, but I mean, it's mostly about looking for ways to rephrase what comes across as knowledge, that being something that was part of the lecture, or maybe something his friend told him, that because the friend in question, since he's vague, we can you it can be implied that that friend has the knowledge to understand these things and could have explained that to Leo. um, I mean, something like, I will not have the name, or something, as simple as, or let's go with, like, something like just that shifts who has the knowledge, which means that after that, this is simply Leo extrapolating from what he was told, instead of based on innate knowledge that might need to be explained. And I may be nitpicking here, and then the rest can can be implied as being part of that, or can be reworked, like, the fact that there are songs that he recognized. Instead of going, perhaps she intended the range of familiar songs, unless it's something, again, that the friend has, that was part of the lecture. It could be something, that she happened to play songs that he knew, and maybe she went with that kind of stuff so that people would understand how versatile the instrument is. You know, changing this to make it more clear that they're opinions based on his experience rather than implied knowledge. And this works perfectly fine, because this is an observation of what's taking place, and Leo just going, you know what, I don't know why it's doing that. um, Honore's posture had been stiff when Leo first slipped his arm around, given his hesitation before consent. Leo, I, mm, yeah, there's a lot of is around here. Sure sounds pretty. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of is, and we're dealing with two male characters, so yeah, Leo here is good to have the name. Leo wasn't surprised, but he also wasn't surprised when the other man relaxed slowly over the course of the elven professor's introduction to the recital series and brief overview of the night's program. Honore was uncertain whether of himself or Leo, but that wasn't the same as unwilling. If he needed more time, Leo could give him that, and the freedom to pull away. Before Jadzael was halfway through the first song, Pastime with Good Company, through though without vocal accompaniment, Honore's eyes were half closed and he was resting against Leo. Perhaps he was just tired. The man's schedule meant his day started early. Still, Leo chose to see it as a sign that Honore felt safe with him. The quarter-hour intermission at the halfway point might have provided an opportunity to talk, but the excellent Lambrusco they had finished before leaving Olivetum made joining the press of people for the latrina more urgent concern. Not until the reciter was just over did they have another chance to discuss where and how to meet again. Leo adjusted his cloak before leaving the building, looking back to make sure Honore's was in place before he pushed open the door. Thank you for spending the evening with me. You know, you've never obliged. You're never obliged. Thank you for inviting me. Honore gripped the front edge of his cloak with one hand, while the other caught his cap before it could escape. Time with you is always a pleasure. Leo grinned. If that's the case, what would you like to do together next time? I think it's your turn to pick the activity. Honore hesitated. I have some fun as a journeyman, but not enough for the sort of things you've offered me. Don't worry about the budget. I'll cover whatever it is. Leo smiled. I just want to be sure it's something you'll enjoy. You need to enjoy it too. I'm easy, I promise. The sky was still clouded, and it was hard to... Clouded? Didn't they meet at sunset? They've had dinner. They've had a recital. Well, no, okay, no, wait, never mind. Never mind. The clouds don't care about how much sun there is. This is, yeah, no, my mind's going sideways here. The sky was still clouded, and it was hard to read Honore's expression. Pick anything you like. Okay, I will ask this. They are, unless they've moved very far away in a few steps, the area should... How do the lamppost work? Like in modern time, they are at very regular intervals along the street. And I will admit, that is what I'm imagining here. Because you establish that in Universitas district, the lamps are well maintained, which means that they provide sufficient light. But I don't know where they are. And this is I remember them being mentioned at intersections, but not nearly as bright. In that case, I would add a little detail like, and in between the two lampposts, as they were, just to properly, it's just because you make something of a deal of the fact that the lighting is good in Universitatis. So you kind of have to explain why he can't really read Honore's expression if the lighting is good. Pick anything you like. I can't spend your money. What if I pick something you don't like? But it is not so good that you can read somebody's expression wherever you are. This is where it needs to be clarified. I'm not hard to please, truly. Why had the men tense suddenly? Things had been comfortable during the recital. What had Leo said to set him off? If you don't want to spend time with me, that's fine. You can say so. I promise not to be upset. It's not that. Leo's shoulders hunch. I like spending time with you. I'm nervous beforehand, but once you arrive, it all seems easier. But it's not fair the way you always pay, and it's even less fair if I ask for something rather than you offering it freely. But I am offering it freely. They made it as far as Forum Universitatis, and several lanternari stood chatting near a lamppost. He should probably get Honore home so the man could sleep before his morning shift, but he didn't want to end the night on this note. Leo sighed. Have you time for another drink before we head home? Honore looked around. If you want to, I guess. Leo nodded and glanced around the market square. there were plenty of alehouses to serve the student crowd, but he wanted somewhere a little less raucous. Not an alehouse, perhaps, but somewhere different. Have you ever been to Kivant Andes? I am going to choose to read Leo's lack of reaction to this by him being tired. Because Honore just agreed to something without really wanting to. And if this was daytime, if I would be annoyed at Leo for him not to pick up and just keep going. Yeah. Well, stuff are affecting Leo's judgment. Basically, is what I'm going at. Like not, like I picked tired, but yeah, like his judgment is clouded by the time, the situation, the cold. Um, another good chapter or block of text. Like I read them as chapter because we get point of view from each side and we're flipping back and forth. So to me that reads as chapter. Um, Not much to say about the most of it, like because it's it flows nicely. It's them in another social environment. We see Honore uh, like Leo. I choose to read it as Honore being comfortable, feeling safe with Leo. So I'm not gonna call it snuggled, but rested against him. Um, I am really annoyed at Leo that he's not picking up what to me is obvious. I'm hoping the conversation that's coming will finally put that on the table. Uh, but to me, it's the fact that he's just throwing money around that's putting Honore off. That you know and Honore doesn't quite have at this point the will, the sternness, I guess, to just go no. He doesn't. He doesn't know. Since Leo is not going, okay, that's fine. I'm not going to be spending money on this. Honore doesn't know how to say stop. And I honestly, I think these two need a safe word. Oh yeah, no, and I'm not saying this is. I'm not saying his reaction is unreasonable. I'm not saying Leo's action makes a lot of sense with anyone other than Honore. The fact that it can be taken as him If the other person pays, it can be taken as implying that they're paying for a service. Like, that makes sense. But Leo is not realizing, and I don't. It's not like he's refusing to realize. Like, he's just not getting that Honore cannot function with that. That if that somebody else paying for what he's putting on is not something that works for him. And, because, he has made progress, but he's not there yet, he cannot just stop. He cannot just say no. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, I like the chapter. And the fact that I'm getting annoyed at them is a good indication that it's well written. But I don't know what you've, I don't know how long this is. I don't know how the pacing you're going for, and you're a Discovery writer, so you may not know yourself. I will say that something's gotta give. That we've been yes, they've been advancing and stuff like that, but it is reaching a point where if something doesn't change, your job as the writer in keeping, I'm going to say me, because I'm the one reading it, me invested is going to become harder and harder. Because this really feels like a tipping point. This situation here, like they're both bucking at the edge. And if they just both back up, like I said, it's not undoable, but your work to keep me invested is going to become harder. So it's not going to be today because it's past 3 p.m. But I am very curious as to what the next chapter looks like. And I will not read it between time. I do not want advanced knowledge of what the chapters are before I do my reading and commenting. Because then I'll read them informed, and I don't want that. One of the things that makes this one enjoyable for me, and I think something I can use as a teaching experience for is the fact that I go into them blind, and what you guys see is the reaction, is the upfront reaction. It's what I experience, and not okay, so I've thought about it for 2 weeks and here's my opinion on it. No, this is off the cuff. But like I said, it's not undoable. It can be done. I just think the work gets harder at that point because, things need to progress. And a lessening of the tension between these two about that, I don't know if that would be progression. I guess, like I said, yeah, I haven't read the rest. I'm going to read it in 2 weeks when we have the next one. But yeah. So we've got about a few minutes before the Stream Raider battle, and after that I'll have about 10 minutes left. Going to the Sanguine Horse doesn't cost money. I do wish the fellow would get on with things. Next up after tonight, it's probably the Sanguine Horse. Well, I mean, this ends with going to Kivang Hendes. Um, so this, no, this is what I'm. So this, come on. This is what I'm expecting. This is setting up a conversation. So, and then the end of the night. Yeah, like I said, I am very curious as to what this conversation will look like. But yes, before the battle comes, do you have any question, any specific thing you want me to take to comment on? Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 45 allies. We're going up against 44 enemies. And I forgot to mark this as the last battle again, didn't I? Sigma's in first place. Catacrack is in second. Hinky's in third. Ooh, I killed an epic. Killed another one. Oh, right. I got a barbarian in here. Sigma's in first place. Boneska's now in second. Catacrack takes over second. Marcus takes over second. Boneska's in third. Chamas has killed an epic. I might kill more because we've got. I'm in the front of. Nope. Sigma. Oh, I'm dead. They killed me. Okay, never mind. I'm not killing more epics. Sigma's in first place. Marcus is in second. Boneska's in third. And with that, we're done. We have won. Sigma OS is in first place. 2 kill, 21 assist. Marcus does in second place, 10 kill, 4 assist, and Boneska's in third, 1 kill, 13 assist. We have gold, and there's the captain for another taking their cut again, which means the rest goes to Astromage. And that brings the battling to an end for today. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for the token chest. We will then have the boss battle and whatever the next map brings. So, I hope to see you then. So the dynamic between them seems frustrating but realistic. Yeah. For the part, little was because it's late. The day starts before dawn. He's been asked, pick your question, then what's for dinner? He punted earlier. Yeah. No, I like, in this very specific circumstance right here, like this here, my frustration is more with Leo because he's the adult here. He's the one who, on paper, should know better. Like, he's acknowledged that it's very late for Honore, and instead of going, you know what, let's deal with this tomorrow. He's going, let's talk about this now. I get his motivation, and again, this is again like this makes sense. Like it's my frustration is at Leo, not at you. Like it makes sense, but like I said, it is creating a tension point, and this is one of those that feels like something needs to break and not just having the tension go away. I'm not saying you need to rewrite however you have set it up, but at this point, like this is ultimately this is something like 40 chapters into the story. In most novel, 40 chapters puts us past the middle point. So, like I said, and the thing is, like, those are my expectations. With, and you can play with those expectations. You can, my expectations do not dictate what the story needs to be, simply what I'm expecting. The writer is never required to go with the expected. It takes more skill to subvert expectations than not, but it's doable. So yeah, but here's the good thing. Here's the really good thing about this. It makes me want to continue. It makes me want to go, okay, what's going to happen next? And a big part of that is the question of, will you subvert my expectations or not? Am I going to get this, break that forces an advancement in what I consider their story, what I consider their story is building to, or will you subvert it in a way that's going to make me go, oh, I had not expected that. Quite literally, the only reaction a writer doesn't want if they're going to subvert expectation is, oh, that's it. Anything else is good. Again, I don't know what you've got planned. And the fact that it's already written means that my current comment on the expectations are irrelevant, because it's already, not irrelevant, is that I have the confidence that what I'm saying is not going to affect what I'll be reading, because it's already there. It won't be, it won't be a situation of, having to wonder after the fact, did she change this because I said that? Because it's already there. So I will discover what you wrote, what the story you are telling is, compared to what I'm now expecting it to be. So yeah, I am definitely looking forward to the next reading in 2 weeks. Oh, that makes it the 26th of December. You are, I think I've already asked you the question, but I just want to be sure. You are okay with the next reading being on the 26th of December. I'm actually going to be working that day, so for me, it definitely works. I take the 25th off. 26th, I work. But I do not recall how you may have answered it, and I do not know how you have no hot Boxing Day plans. All right, cool. All right, is there anything else you wish me to address? We've got about 5-6 minutes. You don't want to give you too much of a head start on me. Alrighty. Well, with this reading and commenting done, I will end the stream with a raid to Lighthouse. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping us company. Thank you, Angst, for the privilege of reading and commenting on this. It was very entertaining, very interesting. Come back here. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild in the morning and The Captain's Heart in the afternoon. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good rest of the week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.